most beautiful state of India where rich traditions live. It is none other than Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand is often referred to as land of God, Dev Bhumi, and it has a Pahari culture. Folk dance and music are a huge part of Uttarakhand culture. And today we have Choliya Dance from Uttarakhand. Let me tell you about Choliya Dance. Choliya is a dance form of Uttarakhand. It is a symbolic of Kumaoni culture. It is basically a sword dance accompanying a marriage procession, but is also performed on many auspicious occasions. This sword dance has a history of more than 1,000 years and is rooted in the martial traditions of the Kumaoni people. It is believed to be auspicious as it provides protection from evil spirits and demons. Their costume resembles the ancient martial warrior of Kumaon, donning white churidar pajama and the tanka on their heads. Let's enjoy the famous dance of Uttarakhand, that is Choliya Dance. Thank you. Let's give up a huge round of applause to all these artists for making this morning beautiful. Thank you so much. Meet you next morning with next performance.
चॉकलेट लगेगी। उल्टा उल्टा उल्टा। नौ जाती है। हाँ तो एक और आएगी ना।
blue. Good morning, colleagues. We're back to our morning session of today, our fourth day. So let's continue with the agenda item number 17. Yesterday, the Secretariat has introduced the documents of agenda item 17.1, review of the multi-year program of work of the international treaty. I open the floor for your interventions. France.
Bonjour. Bonjour à tout le monde. Merci pour la parole. Comme d'habitude, on a préparé un papier de position au nom du groupe régional Europe, donc je vais le dire en anglais. We thank the Bureau and the Secretary for preparing the draft multi-year program of work. In our view, it provides a helpful structure for the treaty's future work, incorporating the activities and outputs to be achieved, facilitating the international work and including indicators and milestones for monitoring and evaluation. We can accept the draft resolution as proposed in Annex 2. Regarding Annex 1, depending on the discussion on other agenda items, of course, we may need to come back to the MIPO and propose further amendments during the course of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, France. Mozambique.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. Firstly, as the first time we are intervening in the plenary as a contracting part, I would like really to thank all those who have made the effort for us to make part of the treaty. Also, I would like to thank the government of India for hosting the workshop, the whole hospitality that is given to us. And secondly, I would like also to thank the Secretariat for preparing the document that enable us to make this discussion. Madam Chair, I'm taking the floor. Mozambique takes the floor for the African region. The African region appreciates the Secretariat for preparing the updated multi-year program of work for the governing body of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resource for Food and Agriculture, contained in the Annex 1, and the draft elements for resolution provide for its consideration in Annex 2 to document IT/GB 9/22/17.1. The African region appreciates the difficulties encountered in the implementation of the multi-year program of work 2020-2025 arising from the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. We note that COVID pandemic rendered the work of the subsidiary bodies difficult and hence affect the achievement of some of the target milestones. Madam Chair, the African region notes that the updated multi-year program of the work does not target to report on MLS and GLIS at the 10th section of GBD. While the region may be technical sound, reports on material in MLS and GLIS are key to assessing the implementation of the treaty. The African region proposed that the update of the multi-year program of work to be revised to provide for update on the function of the MLS, including measure for its enhancement, farmers' rights, the funding strategy, and the operation of GLIS at GB10, at the 10th section of GB. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mozambique. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Hago esta intervención en nombre de los países de América Latina y el Caribe. El GRULAC agradece a la Secretaría la presentación del documento 17.1. El GRULAC considera, como señalado por otras regiones, que es muy temprano en esta reunión del órgano rector para tomar una decisión sobre el programa plurianual. El documento 17.1 no refleja aún los procesos entre sesiones que el GRULAC ha solicitado, en particular la continuidad de los trabajos de los grupos de conservación y uso sostenible, derechos del agricultor y GLIS, así como la creación de un grupo de trabajo sobre la ampliación del sistema multilateral. El GRULAC también manifiesta que la consideración de las implicancias de la información digital de secuencias de recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura debería ser incorporado al ítem sobre el sistema multilateral. Por lo tanto, proponemos que se vuelva a considerar el programa plurianual más adelante y en este mismo órgano rector. Solicitamos que, para dicha ocasión, la Secretaría prepare una nueva propuesta que refleje los resultados de las discusiones de los temas 9, 11, 12 y 13 de la agenda. GRULAC también desea señalar, en esta oportunidad que nos estamos refiriendo al programa de trabajo que vamos a realizar, que considera que el programa plurianual debe reflejar los aprendizajes de la virtualidad a las que nos obligó la pandemia. En este sentido, vemos favorablemente el aprovechamiento de las reuniones remotas para procesos informativos o preparatorios. No obstante, las reuniones de toma de decisión, incluyendo comités y grupos ad hoc que preparan documentos, deben tener lugar en persona. GRULAC destaca que la disparidad en recursos humanos, tecnológicos y financieros, así como las diferencias horarias, impiden que haya una participación en pie de igualdad en reuniones virtuales por parte de los países en desarrollo. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Argentina. United States of America.
Thank you. The United States is providing this statement on behalf of the North America region. We thank the Secretariat for this presentation of the MIPAL. We reiterate that specific items and activities to fill the MIPAL should be drawn from the relevant governing body resolutions. This simplified structure, agreed by the governing body earlier, allows the GB decision to directly inform the content of the MIPAL and avoid negotiation time. For this reason, we request to delete the proposed paragraph 1 of the draft resolution and working paper 17.1, as it suggests an additional process outside the scope of governing body decisions and consultations with the Bureau. Regarding the suggested content for the MIPAL table in Annex 1 of Working Paper 17.1, we offer the following questions and feedback. Overall, we emphasize again that the content of the table should reflect governing body decisions. Some of the items in the table appear to be premature because while they have been considered in some subsidiary body discussions, they have not been decided by the governing body. These seem mistakenly not to be captured by the notation that items not yet determined by the governing body would be shown in brackets. This would include items such as the background study and global symposium on farmers' rights. Therefore, we emphasize again that the items in the table obviously will need to be adjusted according to the decisions of this governing body. This applies to farmers' rights, the GLIS program of work, and the work on the joint program, among others. We also note that the MIPA would need to include any outcomes on the EFMLS and to the assessment related to Article 11.4. Regarding items not covered under other deliberations, we support including information sharing on the Global Biodiversity Framework at the 10th session in 2023. We also support including an item on strengthening information-based decision-making in PGRFA management so that contracting parties can be adequately briefed on the global analyses that were undertaken. We can also accept a stock-taking at GB12 of relevant goals and targets relating to the PGRFA, pending any further guidance from the governing body at the intervening sessions. We do not support deleting presentation of a report on availability of material from the work of the 10th session, as we view this as a key issue, including one that can inform any further steps on enhancing the functioning of the multilateral system. Would this be the appropriate time to make comments as well on the agenda issue relating to subsidiary bodies?
The item 17.3 will be open later.
Thank you. Regarding subsidiary bodies, we appreciate the information on...
Subsidiary bodies is later.
Thank you. That concludes the comment for the current item. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Good morning to you and all colleagues. Before delivering our intervention on item 17 and its sub-items, Brazil would like to express some concerns about the progress of this session. Madam Chairperson, it is Thursday, and up until this point, we have not reached conclusion under any point of the agenda. On every item, after the round of interventions, we hear that the Secretariat will incorporate suggestions, and small groups or contact groups will discuss outstanding items for subsequent approval by the plenary. But the plenary has not seen a single finished document thus far. This circumstance poses several questions, such as, when will the GB be able to reach a decision on every item that has been discussed until now? How will the Budget Committee be able to work without having guidance from the plenary on the work to be achieved over the next intersessional period? How can we discuss the multi-year program of work without having, firstly, come to a definition regarding next steps on the main pillars of this treaty? Madam Chair, we have been hearing concerns about the lack of available resources to allow for basic activities regarding the implementation of the treaty after GB9 is concluded. We also hear some contracting parties promoting virtual meetings as a solution to the aforementioned financial constraints. For all this, Brazil is gravely concerned about the risk that this state of affairs will lead to conclusions that lack the desired level of negotiation, including the adequate participation of delegations from developing countries. Madam Chair, since I have made this rather long introduction, I will now intervene on items 17.1, 17.2, and 17.3 in order to save us time and also given that our views on all three matters are closely linked. Firstly, Brazil supports the statement delivered by the distinguished...
Excuse me, Brazil, only point 17.1, please.
Okay, Madam Chair. We appreciate the preparation of the multi-year program of work by the Secretariat, and we welcome the information on the progress of discussions on DSI within the Convention on Biological Diversity in its negotiations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as in the FAO Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. In general terms, we are in accordance with the major outputs and milestones established by the proposed multi-year program, provided that the consideration of potential implications of the use of digital sequence information on PGRFA for the objectives of the international treaty is moved from the topic relating to other items in order to be placed under the topic referring to the multilateral system. As stated in previous interventions, we see considerations of DSI implications as one of the fundamental aspects to integrate the negotiating package, along with the expansion of Annex 1 and the reform of the SMTA, with a view to fair and equitable benefit sharing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brazil. I want to bring to the floor that some documents, the Secretariat received the feedback from some groups who made progress. They sent the document to translation and they will be distributed today. We were planning to project them and discuss the text tomorrow, the different texts tomorrow. I give the floor to Jordan.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة. بالنسبة أنا أتكلم عن إقليم الشرق الأدنى. بالنسبة لبرنامج العمل متعدد السنوات يوافق إقليم الشرق الأدنى على الملحق المرفق للوثيقة ويؤكد ويؤيد الجرولاك على لسان الأرجنتين بإدراج موضوع التسلسل الرقمي ضمن النظام متعدد الأطراف وذلك للعلاقة الوطيدة بينهما. شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة.
شكرا للأردن. كويت.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة على إعطاء المجال للتكلم باسم مجموعة الصين، مجموعة 77 والصين. تطالب مجموعة 77 والصين وتشدد على أن تكون الاجتماعات الأساسية التي سوف تؤخذ فيها القرارات حضورية، وعلى أن تكون الاجتماعات الافتراضية داعمة لها. شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة.
شكرا للكويت. بيرو. بيرو. No? It was mistake then. Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je suis désolé parce que je n'ai pas transmis le texte aux interprètes. Donc je vais le lire lentement pour qu'ils puissent le traduire. Sur ce point, nous nous associons donc à la déclaration faite au nom du groupe Afrique par le Mozambique. Et nous pensons que le programme de travail pluriannuel devra avoir des cibles pour pouvoir évaluer les performances réalisées et se pencher sur les activités de visibilité du traité au niveau des pays membres, afin de promouvoir le traité auprès de la sphère de décision politique. Car dans certains pays en développement, le traité est l'affaire des seuls points focaux que nous sommes, tant que son impact n'est pas visible. Dans le cas d'espèce, nous suggérons les points suivants. Pour la conservation et l'utilisation durable des ressources phytogénétiques pour l'alimentation et l'agriculture, un plan pour appuyer la sauvegarde de ces ressources qui, pour certains, sont menacées de disparition à cause des conflits, des effets de changement climatique et des activités anthropiques. Plusieurs délégations l'ont soulevé ici. Pour les droits des agriculteurs, notre délégation a fait une proposition afin que nous puissions passer à ce qui est concret, l'élaboration d'un plan détaillé de coopération sud-sud et triangulaire visant la réalisation des droits des agriculteurs à partir d'un échange d'expériences qui devra figurer parmi les termes de référence de la consultation mondiale qui est prévue sous forme de colloque. L'Inde s'est montré favorable à cette proposition. Le point sur le séquençage numérique doit figurer parmi les piliers du programme de travail pluriannuel. Cependant, comme l'a dit le Brésil, nous nous demandons comment le secrétariat fera-t-il pour intégrer les recommandations pertinentes de la présente session dans le programme pluriannuel, alors que jusqu'à présent, nous n'avons pas encore adopté toutes les résolutions. Enfin, nous tenons à associer notre voix à l'interpellation faite par les USA, les États-Unis et le Japon hier au sujet des amendements au projet de résolution qui sont transmis directement au secrétariat sans que être déclinés en plénière. La logique est que les amendements doivent être déclinés en plénière pour que nous sachions sur quoi nous allons débattre. Sinon, les amendements qu'on envoie, on a envoyé au secrétariat sans être déclinés ne doivent pas être pris en compte parce que ce sur quoi nous devons discuter, c'est ce qui est dit en plénière en ce moment-là. Chaque partie sait que l'autre partie a proposé ceci et en ce moment-là, nous pouvons discuter. Alors, donc cela, Madame la Présidente, vous devez veiller sur cela pour que nous ne soyons pas surpris. Parce que nous vous disons, les amendements ne sont pas les commentaires. Hier, nous avons travaillé dans le groupe des petits producteurs. On s'est rendu compte que les amendements qui ont été formulés ne se retrouvent pas dans le projet de résolution. Il faudrait bien que ces amendements, parce que c'est une base de discussion, nous sommes venus pour travailler, on fait des propositions sur les amendements. Ce ne sont pas des commentaires, ce sont des amendements aux résolutions. Et ça doit servir de base de discussion entre les parties. Et vous devez donc veiller à ce que cela se fasse ressortir et que le verbatim est là, qu'on regarde les verbatim, les amendements qui ont été faits, qu'on nous les fasse sortir et pour que nous puissions en débattre en plénière. Et sur ça, Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie. Je vais envoyer mon texte au secrétariat. Merci beaucoup.
Merci le Congo. I just want to add that all the proposals received will be taken into account by the Secretariat. It will need a little time to compile and then send them to translation, and they will be discussed again in the plenary. According to the discussions of today, we will update the table of the MAPO and then bring it to the plenary later. I will open now the item 17.2 on the consideration of digital sequence information in accordance with Resolution 13/2017, and I give the floor to the Secretariat for the introduction of documents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegates, working document 17.2 invites your consideration of digital sequence information in accordance with Resolution 13/2019 and the multi-year program of work. In Resolution 13/2019, the governing body requested the Secretary to continue following the discussions on the SI in other fora and continue coordinating with the Secretariats of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the FAO Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture in any related activities, in order to ensure coherence and avoid duplication of efforts. It also requested the Secretary to inform the governing body at this 9th session of the state of discussions and outcomes of the related processes, again, in the Convention on Biological Diversity and the FAO Commission, as they relate to the potential implications of the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources for the objectives of the international treaty. So document 17.2 summarizes the state of discussions and outcomes in the two fora and notes in particular that the consideration of digital sequence information in the CBD processes is linked to the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. At its fourth meeting of June 2022, the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework continued developing draft elements of a decision for consideration by the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, which is now rescheduled to hold in December 2022. With regard to the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, the document summarizes the outcomes of its 18th regular session held in December 2021, including the various requests that the Commission made for work in the biennium 2022-2023. The multi-year program of work of the governing body, as in the appendix of Resolution 13/2019, contains references to digital sequence information for this 9th session, namely the consideration of the status of the science-based process on digital sequence information of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the discussions at the Commission, at the FAO Commission on digital sequence information in relation to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, as it was originally decided at the Commission's 17th regular session. The MIPO, the multi-year program of work, also contains a reference to the consideration of additional inputs from contracting parties on digital sequence information for this 9th session. And such additional inputs, as received by the Secretary, are available in document INF1, 17.2/INF1. The governing body is invited to review and take note of the information in working document 17.2 and provide any guidance it considers appropriate in relation to digital sequence information. In providing such guidance, the governing body may wish to note that its multi-year program of work, as it currently stands, foresees the consideration of potential implications of the use of digital sequence information on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture for the objectives of the international treaty at the 10th session of the governing body. As a consequence, further work in the biennium 2022-2023, including on fair and equitable benefit sharing under the provisions of the international treaty, may prepare for such a consideration at the 10th session. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Secretariat. The floor is open for interventions. Germany.
Madam Chair, I am speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. Firstly, we would like to thank the Secretariat for providing the working document on DSI, which provides a good overview of discussions and outcomes on this subject in other fora. However, Section 2 does not fully reflect the latest outcomes from the open-ended working group sessions 3 and 4 on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, in which regions and parties have suggested additional policy options for DSI. We take note of the ongoing discussion process under the CBD, of which important details and results are not available yet. We also take note of the discussions and outcomes at the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture and welcome the envisaged awareness-raising workshop on the role of DSI for the conservation and sustainable use of GRFA and the sharing of benefits derived from them, as well as for research and development. We see the outcomes of this workshop as an important input for the consideration of potential implications of the use of DSI for the objectives of the treaty, as foreseen in the MIPO for GB10. We reiterate that open access to DSI on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture is an important form of non-monetary benefit sharing. Open access to the complete data sets of genetic sequences on genetic resources is key for conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and to developing solutions towards the transformation of food systems for sustainability and resilience to meet future global challenges. Furthermore, any solution on DSI should be compatible with and supportive of the objective and the functioning of the treaty as the specialized instrument for PGRFA, and also needs to recognize the characteristics of genetic resources for food and agriculture. We therefore call on contracting parties during negotiations under the CBD to consider solutions accordingly. In preparation of the consideration of DSI as foreseen in the multi-year program of work for GB10, we request the Secretary to assess the impacts of the outcome of COP15 of the CBD on all the objectives and the functioning of the plant treaty and make the results available for consideration by the governing body. Furthermore, we request the Secretary to invite contracting parties and stakeholders to provide information about their capacity building needs regarding DSI. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues. Madam Chair, you have invited the indulgence of this august body to review and take note of the information contained in the document 22/17.2 in relation to the resolution 13/2017 and provide any guidance on appropriate action in relation to DSI. Madam Chair, India supports that technical deliberations must continue to provide clarity of definition, scope, jurisdiction, nature of implementation, ABS mechanisms, without compromising on the deliberations going on in the enhancement of multilateral process. We strongly feel that treaty should not wait for the Convention on Biological Diversity to resolve DSI issues. ITPGRFA deliberations are relatively ahead in content, delineated in scope, and easy to implement. We all know, Madam Chair, the complexity of the multi-criteria matrix and the difficulties that the delegates are facing in the CBD. And we also know they are trying to borrow one of the options as a subscription system. So we are far ahead, and we should be proud of our achievements and then consider discussions within this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Queremos reiterar lo que nuestra región ha expresado anteriormente en el órgano rector, en su grupo de trabajo y en la Comisión de Recursos Genéticos para la Alimentación y Agricultura, así como también en otros foros multilaterales donde se tratan materias relacionadas con los recursos genéticos. Esto es, que reconocemos la relación intrínseca entre la información digital de secuencias y los recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura. En este sentido, reconocemos como un principio esencial que los beneficios resultantes del uso de la información digital de secuencias de los recursos fitogenéticos deben ser distribuidos de forma justa y equitativa. De la última reunión del órgano rector, múltiples negociaciones están teniendo lugar en el ámbito internacional con respecto a la información digital de secuencias. El GRULAC da la bienvenida al documento preparado por la Secretaría, el cual recoge algunos debates y resultados en la materia en el Convenio de Diversidad Biológica y la Comisión de Recursos Genéticos para la Alimentación y la Agricultura. Al respecto, el GRULAC sugiere que el órgano rector tome nota de la recomendación número 2 de la tercera reunión del Grupo de Trabajo de Composición Abierta sobre el Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad que tuvo lugar en Ginebra en marzo del 2022 y resalte en particular el párrafo 5, donde las partes del CDB reconocieron las características que debe tener una solución para la distribución justa y equitativa de los beneficios derivados del uso de la información digital de secuencias. En relación a la recomendación 2 de la cuarta reunión del mencionado grupo de trabajo, que tuvo lugar en Nairobi en junio del 2022, el GRULAC sugiere que el órgano rector resalte positivamente la posibilidad de que CDB incluya una mención al Tratado Internacional incluida en el preámbulo del proyecto de decisión actualmente entre corchetes. Adherimos a la posición de India, que tenemos mucho que aportar al respecto en el tratado. Asimismo, el GRULAC resalta que la discusión sobre DSI también tiene lugar en otros foros multilaterales, tales como la Conferencia Intergubernamental sobre la Biodiversidad Marina, más allá de jurisdicción nacional, en las negociaciones de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, en la Organización Mundial de la Propiedad Intelectual y en otros foros. En este sentido, el GRULAC solicita que en futuros análisis sobre la cuestión se considere también estos debates. El GRULAC considera necesario que el tratado continúe trabajando y generando capacidades en la materia. El órgano rector debería llamar a aumentar la transferencia de tecnología, el desarrollo y formación de capacidades, la cooperación científica y la movilización de nuevos recursos para así poder reducir la brecha existente entre los países desarrollados y en desarrollo. Finalmente, el GRULAC está de acuerdo con la inclusión de la consideración de las implicancias del uso de DSI en los recursos fitogenéticos para la alimentación y la agricultura para los objetivos del tratado en el programa plurianual. En este sentido, estimamos necesario que el proceso de mejora del sistema multilateral incluya explícitamente dicha consideración, a fin que su mejora garantice la distribución justa y equitativa de los beneficios derivados de la utilización de esta información. Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Argentina. لبنان.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة لإعطاء الكلمة. إني أتكلم باسم إقليم الشرق الأدنى. إن إقليم الشرق الأدنى يؤكد على أهمية معلومات التسلسل الرقمي واستخدامها، ونؤيد استمرار المفاوضات الجارية بشأنها. كما يؤكد الإقليم على أهمية بناء القدرات من أجل دراسة وتحليل هذه المعلومات واستخدامها بطريقة فعالة، وفي حال لم يكن هناك نقل للتكنولوجيا المرتبطة بالتسلسل الرقمي للدول النامية ولم يتم إيجاد صيغة واضحة وصريحة لإدراج تقاسم المنافع من جراء استعمال هذه المعلومات في نص الاتفاق الموحد مراجع، فإن دول الإقليم ستبقى متحفظة على إتاحة هذه البيانات. مع الشكر.
شكرا لبنان. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. We're making this statement on behalf of the North America region. North America thanks the Secretariat for the report, and we can take note of the information provided. And we thank the parties and stakeholders that submitted inputs on DSI, which are compiled in document 17.2/INF1. We read these submissions with great interest. We note that capacity building related to data access, sharing, safeguarding, and use seems to be an area of mutual interest for potential future work. North America supports capacity building related to data access, sharing, and use of genetic sequence data. North America significantly supports capacity building through training and software platforms, and we believe it's important to consider how to increase capacity to generate, access, and use data, especially in developing countries, as effective and equitable generation, access to, and use of genetic sequence data supports the treaty's objectives. We support continued collaboration with the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture to explore the challenges to accessing and using genetic sequence data and opportunities going forward. We look forward to information that may be gleaned from the upcoming awareness-raising workshop related to DSI that's being organized by the Commission in collaboration with the Secretariats of the Treaty and the Convention on Biological Diversity. Chair, in North America, we are concerned that a proliferation of national measures regulating access to and use of data from plant genetic resources at the national level could have a chilling effect on research, breeding, and education, with negative consequences for economic development and food security. In that regard, we think it is important that the treaty keeps genetic sequence data, or DSI, under consideration. We are listening closely to the interventions made by other parties, and we appreciate the broad range of views on this issue. We recognize the concern that benefit sharing mechanisms have so far failed to meet expectations for monetary benefit sharing. However, we do not see evidence that seeking to apply ABS mechanisms to plant genetic resources, to GSD from plant genetic resources would meet those expectations. We do, however, acknowledge the request to address genetic sequence data, or DSI, within the context of discussions on enhancement, and we are open to considering this topic in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya takes the floor on behalf of Africa. The Africa region takes note of the information contained in document IT/9/22/17.2. We also note that there is an ongoing informal co-chairs advisory group on DSI under the CBD that is considering various policy options, including hybrid approaches, options, or modalities, or a combination of different policy options. We note with considerable alarm that when discussing the work of the informal co-chairs advisory group on the DSI under the CBD, the document leaves out policy options, option number 6, which refers to the African proposal for the creation of a global multilateral benefit sharing mechanism. We request that the Secretariat please correct this error. Madam Chair, Africa is of the view that this option, if adopted by CBD COP15 in December, could help to resolve the question of how to share benefits arising from the use of DSI, and by so doing, and block discussions about DSI in other international agreements, including under the treaty and the enhancement of its MLS. We also note that African ministers of environment meeting in Dakar, Senegal last week have reaffirmed the importance of including a benefit-sharing arrangement for DSI in the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. The Africa region underscores the critical need to advance negotiations on measures to enhance the functioning of the MLS for PGRFA and calls for deliberate engagements on DSI as part of this process. Madam Chair, the African delegation accordingly proposes that the ad hoc open-ended working group to enhance the functioning of the MLS and ABS established at the 50th session of the governing body be re-established and facilitated to further discuss the issues of DSI integration in measures to enhancing the functioning of the MLS and report to the next GB. We also propose that GB9 adopts a decision along the following lines as a message to CBD COP15. The proposed decision reads: the governing body of the ITPGRFA at its 9th meeting, in the spirit of mutual implementation of the treaty and the Nagoya Protocol, urges the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity to consider adopting a global multilateral solution to facilitate the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources, thus generating requisite resources needed to support the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, including agricultural biodiversity, and in particular, plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. This text has been shared with the Secretariat for Incorporation in the draft resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Saudi Arabia.
شكرا سيدتي. أول شيء نشكر الأمانة على الوثيقة وكافة المعلومات المدرجة، ويعتبر بناء القدرات أمر مهم جدا في الوصول إلى الأهداف المنشودة لعملية الاستدامة، ونؤكد على بناء القدرات خاصة من أجل استخدامها المستدام في هذه الوثيقة، وأن تكون الفوائد الناشئة منصفة وعادلة للمنافع. وكذلك نرحب بزيادة الوعي بإقامة ورش للصون والاستخدام المستدام، وذلك لتحقيق الأهداف المنشودة في هذه الوثيقة. شكرا سيدتي.
شكرا للعربية السعودية. Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Voy a hacer mi intervención en forma lenta, ya como lo pidió usted el primer día y como lo vienen pidiendo los traductores, que hagamos intervenciones despacio. Uruguay ratifica la declaración realizada por GRULAC sobre la situación actual de la información digital de secuencias. La seguridad alimentaria, la resiliencia, la adaptación al cambio climático, la inocuidad alimentaria, está estrechamente ligada a la disponibilidad de diversidad intra e interespecífica de nuestros cultivos. Esta diversidad proviene de la secuencia codificada en sus unidades funcionales de herencia, tal como el ADN. Y de esta codificación, traducido en archivo digital, obtenemos la información digital de secuencias. Es, por lo tanto, a nuestro entender, imposible no reconocer esta realidad, y esto debe ser atendido por el tratado, en el marco del sistema multilateral, asegurando el acceso a las secuencias digitales, para la investigación y el desarrollo para la alimentación y la agricultura, así como la distribución justa y equitativa derivados de su utilización. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Uruguay. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan believes that the ultimate treatment of important matters pertaining to the utilization of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, including genetic sequence data, should be under the auspices of this treaty, although Japan's position remains that GSD is not in the scope of the treaty. The treaty has an important role to play, not just as an authority on all matters related to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, but in the development and implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework expected to be adopted at CBD's COP15. We think that the treaty can contribute to the analysis of options under discussion at CBD, as well as think of ways to improve capacity building related to the use of GSD, and aligns with the recommendation of the Scientific Advisory Committee that stressed the forum for discussing GSD in relation to PGRFA and benefit sharing should be the international treaty through its governing body in paragraph 26 of the report on GLIS. Japan supports the treaty to take steps necessary to ensure that the treaty is an important legal instrument for facilitating access to PGRFA, as well as for building capacity to generate, use, share, and access data for conservation, development, and sustainable use of PGRFA. All important matters related to PGRFA should continue to be projected by this treaty, taking into account the special nature of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, the distinctive features and problems that need distinctive solutions. Thank you very much. Oh, and also, we'd like to thank the Secretariat for providing the list of meeting arrangements on the monitor display. We really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, and thank you, delegates, for reading slowly your statement to facilitate the work of the interpreters. Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. And very good morning to all the distinguished delegates. I'm speaking on behalf of Malaysian delegates. Malaysia thanks the works of the Secretariat in engaging with the contracting parties, governments, relevant stakeholders, and individuals, including organizing events or programs to provide information on, inter alia, the terminology used and actors involved with digital sequence information or DSI on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, PGRFA. We thank the works that have been carried out on the DSI, the Convention on Biological Diversity or CBD, and the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, CGRFA frameworks. We request the Secretariat to continue following the discussion on DSI on other platforms and to continue coordinating with the Secretariats of the CBD and the CGRFA in any related activities in order to ensure coherence and avoid duplication of work. Malaysia appreciates and thanks the contracting parties for giving input and feedback on the terminology, importance, and use of DSI or genetic resources for the objective of the international treaty. Malaysia urged the Secretariat to continue developing capacity building and programs regarding DSI. We consider the digital sequence information is treated as part of the access and benefit sharing framework. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Buenos días, estimados colegas. Ecuador aprecia el arduo trabajo realizado por la Secretaría y considera que los mecanismos que existen en el Tratado Internacional para el manejo de la información de secuencias digitales deben estar en armonía con otros instrumentos internacionales. Obviamente, Ecuador avala la declaración de GRULAC sobre estos temas, sobre todos los temas que se han tratado. Ecuador considera que la trazabilidad para recursos fitogenéticos no está clara y que se debe definir un mecanismo adecuado para la trazabilidad y rastreo, cuya finalidad sea buscar un mecanismo que pueda incluir la utilización de DSI para generar beneficios. Ecuador considera que la Convención de Diversidad Biológica, la Comisión de Recursos Genéticos y el Tratado ofrecen disposiciones sustanciales para acordar una solución para la distribución justa y equitativa de los beneficios de la utilización de DSIs y contribuir a la conservación y uso sostenible de la biodiversidad, así como el bienestar humano. Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. Guyana.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I speak on behalf of Guyana. Guyana would first like to align its views with GRULAC's position. Moreover, it has been more than 5 years that I could recall since I've joined the treaty that we have passed since we have been talking about DSI, and in our humble view, not much of a tangible progress have been made. Guyana is of the view that the issue of DSI is currently an issue of access and benefit sharing, and not more so on the understanding of what is DSI. Therefore, it fits well for us to negotiate and come to some conclusive way forward. We therefore should not spare any effort to wait on any other body to guide us on this issue. We feel that in this room we have sufficient competence to move our process forward. Guyana therefore urges GB9 to expedite our work on DSI and come up with a practical solution for its implementation into the treaty at the earliest. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Guyana. Canada.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. We have listened to the interventions, and I'd like to make a short statement on behalf of the North America region. The DSI issue is very important. We see DSI as information associated with, or can be information associated with plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. And we see it as part of the non-confidential additional information. And we encourage very much to make it accessible and shared, and that we have heard or said before. Therefore, we see that this is also of relevance for plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, and we disagree with the proposal to remove, to delegate all decision-making on this to the Conference of the Parties of the CBD. We think as far as, or as long as it comes to plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, the governing body is, of the treaty is a place to discuss this and to express views on that. So the proposal made by the Africa region to delegate this completely to the Conference of the Parties would not be agreeable to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Iraq.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة لإتاحت لي الفرصة بالحديث. العراق يدعم ما تم طرحه من قبل مجموعة الشرق الأدنى، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بتطوير القدرات. كون العراق ودول أخرى في المجموعة بحاجة إلى تطوير قدراتها في هذا المجال، خصوصا في مجال الDSI للاستفادة من المعلومات وجعلها متاحة بما يخدم تحقيق أهداف المعاهدة الدولية بشأن الموارد الوراثية النباتية للأغذية والزراعة. شكرا.
Sorry, Iraq. Did you finish your intervention?
Yes, thank you.
شكرا للعراق. Peru.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Buenos días con todos. Perú agradece a la Secretaría del Tratado Internacional el documento alcanzado sobre información digital de secuencias y está en línea con la declaración realizada por el GRULAC. Al respecto, mi país quiere manifestar que no somos ajenos al avance de la tecnología global, específicamente en lo que involucra a la biotecnología y la bioinformática. La información digital de secuencias, al ser un tema que viene discutiéndose aún en diferentes escenarios y marcos legales internacionales, como es el caso del Convenio sobre Diversidad Biológica, el Protocolo de Nagoya y otros más. Sin embargo, al ser una forma de acceso nuevo que consiste en la desmaterialización de los recursos genéticos y sus derivados, pensamos que en el marco del sistema multilateral, que es necesario una mayor discusión, sobre todo para ponernos de acuerdo en temas que abordan su acceso y distribución de beneficios, ya sean estos monetarios y no monetarios. Analizar más sobre la información digital de secuencias y su relación con los conocimientos tradicionales asociados a estos recursos genéticos y sus derivados. Tocar más el tema sobre desarrollo de capacidades en materias de IDS, sobre equipamiento y otros, así como es necesaria una mayor discusión sobre el tema de condiciones mutuamente acordadas y el consentimiento fundamentado previo que son necesarios para su negociación. En ese sentido, Perú expresa su interés en realizar una mayor discusión sobre este tema, sugiriendo que se incluya en dicha discusión dentro del sistema multilateral y que contenga como un requisito fundamental considerar el origen de la especie secuenciada y el banco de procedencia, a fin de tener en cuenta una mejor trazabilidad de su uso. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Perú. Since no other parties are requesting the floor, I will move to the observers. Third World Network.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving platform to TWN to deliver the statement on behalf of the CSOs present in the room. We thank 8GB, which paved way for continued discussions on DSI. But unfortunately, Madam Chair, what we are witnessing here, as well as in other forums like WHO, CBD, and BBNJ, is nothing but a systematic and coordinated attempt by a group of developed country states to dismantle ABS mechanisms existing in the world and to undermine all benefit-sharing obligations.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you please read slowly for the interpreters?
Thank you. Unfortunately, Madam Chair, what we are witnessing here, as well as in other forums like WHO, CBD, and BBNJ, is nothing but a systematic and coordinated attempt by a group of developed country states to dismantle ABS mechanisms existing in the world and to undermine all benefit-sharing obligations in biodiversity-related conventions. This is not consistent with the principles of international law and guidelines for international negotiations, in particular, paragraph 2A of UN General Assembly Resolution 53/101, which requires states to conduct negotiations in good faith, and paragraph 2F and 2E that requires states to remain focused on the main objectives of the negotiations and not to undermine the progress of negotiations respectively. Madam Chair, this topic has been in discussion in our forum from 2013, in BBNJ in UNCLOS from 2015, and in WHO from 2009, and is yet without a solution in near sight. Meanwhile, use of DSI is increasing exponentially, circumventing fair and equitable benefit sharing, allowing countries, and especially those countries that are not parties to key biodiversity conventions, to continue building their accessions of genetic resources from the rest of the world in the form of DSI. Madam Chair, access is growing anyway, whether we have a solution or not. International institutions are promoting the use of DSI through various programs and workshops. Therefore, the stumbling opposition to solutions on DSI is not for promoting open access, but for gaining control over the world's genetic resources for certain countries and to promote commercial gain of their private enterprises. This defeats legitimate outcomes that could arise from the discussions on the solutions to challenges created by the use of DSI. More than that, it defeats the purposes of the treaty, especially realization of farmers' rights and therefore the right to food of humankind. Contracting parties must therefore shrug off their laxity and engage in a formal process in good faith to resolve this issue. We request contracting parties to include considerations of DSI in the corresponding column relating to MLS in multi-year program of work and to arrive a solution on or before GB11. We are willing to provide text to multi-year program of work when Agenda 17.1 returns to the plenary. Madam Chair, finally, it does not require a rocket science. It only requires a political will to withdraw the strange position that information is not a resource, when in all probabilities such information is allowing us to work without the physical form of the resource. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Third World Network. IPC.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Yo soy Gisela, campesina, y hablo en nombre del CIP, que es una plataforma mundial de pequeños productores y productoras de alimentos. Queremos reiterar que para nosotros, los campesinos y campesinas, el artículo 9 es fundamental para comprometernos con el tratado, pero el retraso en la decisión sobre la DSI está dando lugar a que sigan robando nuestras semillas en el MLS y que se violen nuestros derechos a guardar, usar, intercambiar y vender semillas al imponer restricciones a través de las patentes de datos. Por lo tanto, queremos solicitar a este órgano que incluya en su proceso del programa de trabajo plurianual para su 10ª sesión para reconocer que el acceso de DSI sea tratado igual que el acceso al material físico. Por lo tanto, debe estar sujeto a las regulaciones y obligaciones subsecuentes bajo el tratado. Si no se aborda esta cuestión ahora, el tratado seguirá actuando como un instrumento para facilitar la violación de los derechos de los agricultores, lo que constituye una violación directa de los derechos humanos de miles de millones de campesinos y campesinas en todo el mundo. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, IPC. ISEF.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The seed sector would like to thank the Secretariat for the opportunity to provide positions in writing at different occasions during the last biennium. We would like to highlight a few points from the position we submitted last July. Like many stakeholders, the seed sector is deeply concerned that ABS mechanisms currently applied and being further considered within the CBD, especially those that propose to regulate the use of digital/genetic sequence information, will considerably impede future efforts to advance the objectives of the treaty. The seed sector still believes that MLS is the best means of handling ABS related to plant breeding. The treaty should not wait for the CBD solution on DSI, but rather create its own path forward. The MLS of the treaty was created to replace the bilateral mechanism of the CBD, which would hinder progress in plant breeding, and which will also set a framework for the CJR resources. This is still equally important today and would apply to DSI if covered under the CBD. The ongoing, already protracted discussions on DSI proposal under the auspices of CBD will delay progress on the implementations of ABS mechanism through the MLS and expansion of Annex 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ISF. Universidad Católica Boliviana, San Pablo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am making this statement on behalf of the Academic Peasant Unit of the Bolivian Catholic University, and my intervention is very brief, just to mention that digital sequence information is crucial for achieving fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out from the utilization of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. And to achieving this, three aspects are very relevant in this discussion. First is recognizing that open access does not mean free access. Second, that capacity building and technology transfer are preconditions for an adequate benefit sharing, fair and equitable benefit sharing, and is not a benefit in itself. And third, the potential of DSI in the realization, the potential effects of DSI in the realization of farmers' rights and other right holders relevant to conserve and sustainably use plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Therefore, the plea is a comprehensive consideration of DSI to fulfill the objectives of the international treaty. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Universidad Católica Boliviana, San Pablo, Université catholique de Louvain. Pardon.
Please, the microphone for... It was the seat assigned to University of Cape Town initially.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bro. Move. Thanks, Rachel. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, I speak on behalf of the Biodiversity Unit of the Law Faculty at the University of Louvain, Belgium. As it is the first time that I speak, may I share my gratitude to the Government of India for the hosting this session and to the Treaty Secretariat for facilitating it. I would like to express the idea that we agree on the necessity for a transversal discussion on DSI with the other fora where DSI is discussed, as it was mentioned by several delegates. However, we support the idea that the ITPGRFA forum is the right forum to progress on finding solutions on the problem relating to the use of DSI. The MLS is a very original and creative instrument of international law, and it has a particular importance for the collective dimension of PGRFA. We believe that taking a wider view on this issue, which includes a historical perspective on the deep-rooted conflict underlying the ABS misfunctioning, will move forward and help to progress on this agenda item. We support the intervention of our colleague from the Universidad Católica Boliviana San Pablo, and we invite you to a side event at lunchtime where we will present our views and hopefully contribute to the debate. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
It's working. Thank you very much, Université catholique de Louvain. We have received new text from 3 regions that will be compiled by the Secretariat, and we will present it to the plenary later. We will move now to the agenda item 17.3 on the review of subsidiary bodies and international processes, and I give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce the documents. Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Working document 17.3 provides general information on the nature and the work of subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes in the biennium 2020-2021. It also presents the updated analysis for the review of the subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes by the governing body. You may recall, delegates, that at its 8th session, the governing body requested the Bureau of this 9th session to review subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes and provide recommendations to the governing body, including on coordination among subsidiary bodies and avoiding duplication of efforts. In the document 17.3, the Secretary has also summarized the work conducted in order to adjust to COVID-19 restrictions and plan for, prepare, and run intersessional processes and meetings of subsidiary bodies in virtual mode. The working document provides elements for the review of subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes as integrated by the Bureau of this 9th session. In listing those elements, the Secretary underscores that the experience gained in the last biennium regarding virtual meetings may prove useful to the review of subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes. Feedback from the constituency on the advantages and limitations of online preparatory processes and virtual meetings may contribute to the review in terms of improved coordination and non-duplication, as well as efficiency and transparency. In the working document, the Secretary has proposed to gather feedback from the constituency on the advantages and limitations of online preparatory processes and virtual meetings through an online survey, and under the guidance of the Bureau, present results and further analysis to the governing body at its 10th session. The governing body is invited to provide guidance on the review of subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes, taking into account the updated elements for the review and, as it deems appropriate, the experience of the last biennium with the operation of such bodies and processes in virtual modality. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Secretariat. I will open the floor now for interventions. I see Namibia.
Madam Chair, my apology for taking you back. I raised my head, but you could not see. So Namibia would like to support the intervention made by the Third World and look forward to see the proposed text. Apology.
Thank you, Namibia. Argentina.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Y dado que aparentemente ninguna delegación quiere referirse al tema, romperé el hielo. Como ya fue señalado por el GRULAC, nosotros consideramos que las reuniones virtuales son de gran valor y la pandemia nos enseñó cómo pueden ser aprovechadas. Esto es para fines informativos, para fines preparatorios, para poder adelantar trabajo inicial eventualmente, para hacer capacitaciones, para mantener el ímpetu de algunos procesos durante el periodo intersesional. No obstante, manifestamos nuestra preocupación sobre las reuniones virtuales para procesos de toma de decisión, procesos de trabajo, procesos de negociación. Nos parece que esto fue también evidente en el periodo en el cual los órganos subsidiarios no se pudieron reunir, en numerosos comités y grupos ad hoc. Mi región, los representantes de mi región observaron una participación limitada en comparación a periodos anteriores. Notamos que incluso había miembros de los comités que tal vez no podían participar. Debe tenerse en cuenta que las diferencias horarias, las dificultades o déficit de conectividad en algunas regiones del mundo dificulta la participación virtual. Así que me parece que el balance que podemos hacer de la pandemia y de la situación que nos obligó a conectarnos de forma virtual es doble, ¿no? Hay algunas cuestiones positivas que tenemos que reconocer, pero al mismo tiempo también la necesidad de continuar con reuniones presenciales para los momentos de toma de decisión nos parece muy importante, y para mi región eso es esencial que se decida en este órgano rector. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. United States of America.
Thank you very much. The United States makes this statement on behalf of the North America region. Regarding subsidiary bodies, we appreciate very much the information on the current subsidiary bodies. We support the proposals in paragraph 16 of Working Document 17.3 as positive and practical measures. Regarding the possible additional measures outlined in paragraph 17, we believe these would interfere with ensuring flexibility to provide for the specific needs and circumstances of each subsidiary body. In particular, we do not support requiring specific performance indicators for each subsidiary body. We believe the information provided through the process so far is adequate to inform greater coordination, and do not support a further process of review as suggested in paragraph 18. However, we do believe it would be useful for the Secretary to work under the guidance of the Bureau to gather feedback on online and virtual processes, as suggested in paragraph 21, with a view to considering how to enhance their effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Czech Republic.
Distinguished delegates, good morning. I am speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We thank Secretariat for preparing the working document on the review of subsidiary bodies and the intersessional processes, and we appreciate the detailed review of the opportunities for biennium 2020-21. We know that the three bodies have been set up as ad hoc groups to address specific time-limited tasks, while these, the other are established as permanent bodies. We also note that the review of subsidiary bodies should be oriented towards promoting coordination and non-duplication of their facilities through more systematic collaboration and regular interaction. Considering the operation of subsidiary bodies in the next biennium and based on other positive experience, we support the organization of meetings in virtual modality where this appearance is necessary. However, we also consider it necessary to further test and evaluate working in virtual modality and the impact of this has on the efficiency, transparency, and effectiveness of the work. Equality during online meetings for all conducting parties is a prerequisite. We also support, within the next biennium, the practice of conducting consultation in writing with subsidiary bodies and simplification of the meeting documentation where possible. Considering the implementation of a range of practical and relatively basic measures as contained in paragraph 16 of the working document, we support all except for the fourth bullet point, which reads, the commissioning of the studies and the background papers to enhance the scientific integrity of the work of subsidiary bodies with the possible peer review of the studies and background papers to be kept distant from the deliberation of the experts in the subsidiary bodies. We believe that this measure is currently not necessary and should not be applied in general terms, but only in limited and specific cases. Regarding potential additional measures, as described in the paragraph 17, we support requiring the nomination of alternates in case of the absence or inability of any members to attend meetings, to ensure inclusive representation and reduce the risk of not reaching quorum. However, we don't currently see the need to determine and set range of possible categories of subsidiary bodies with related membership and appointment criteria. The number of subsidiary bodies is not large, and we do not believe there is a need to modify the current flexibility in identifying the type and criteria based on the issue that a subsidiary body is being called to address. In closing our statement, we would like to summarize that the revision of subsidiary bodies and intersessional processes should aim to keep the necessary flexibility, non-duplication of efforts, and close coordination among the bodies of interrelated agendas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Czech Republic. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for granting me the floor once again. Brazil would like to echo the comments made by the distinguished GRULAC representative. We remark our strong support for the adoption of in-person meetings in the intersessional work of the subsidiary bodies. The many and complex difficulties experienced during the last biennium, when virtual meetings were convened due to the COVID-19 pandemic, have shown us that face-to-face meetings are essential to allow for inclusive engagement of all contracting parties and to ensure greater effectiveness and efficiency in intersessional processes. As previously stated, Brazil is gravely concerned about the risk that the current state of affairs will lead to developments that lack the adequate participation of delegations from developing countries in intersessional processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Panama.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Siendo la primera intervención del país, quiero agradecer al Gobierno de la India por su hospitalidad y organización en esta reunión. También felicito a la Secretaría del Tratado, a la Mesa, a usted, señora presidenta, y a los comités de trabajo que han preparado los documentos. Panamá manifiesta su apoyo a los planteamientos del GRULAC. Si bien es cierto, fueron provechosas las reuniones virtuales, esto no suple la necesidad de realizar reuniones presenciales para tomar decisiones, considerando las desventajas que fueron enumeradas y pudieron sufrir algunos países formantes del tratado.
Gracias, Panamá. Congo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour les informations fournies. Pour les pays de notre région, nous pensons que les réunions en ligne, nous devons tenir compte de la fracture numérique qui existe, parce que dans la plupart des pays africains, l'accès à l'Internet n'est pas une réalité vivante. Donc, lorsqu'il s'agit de prendre des décisions d'importance, par exemple, au cours de cette session, vous avez mis en place des groupes des amis du président et des contacts entre collègues qui peuvent permettre d'assouplir certaines décisions. Donc, il n'est pas évident, lorsqu'on tient des réunions en ligne, que nous ayons vraiment une représentativité reconnue ou bien acceptable. Voilà pourquoi ces réunions-là doivent se tenir dans le cadre de, lorsqu'il s'agit d'une extrême nécessité, des cas de force majeure comme ce que nous avons connu, la crise du Covid-19. Et lorsque les réunions se tiennent en ligne aussi, nous devons regarder le volume du travail de l'agenda. Et les autres collègues l'ont dit, il y a le décalage horaire. Il n'est pas évident qu'avec des fuseaux horaires différents, qu'on puisse veiller et être efficace pour faire un travail. Voilà pourquoi nous disons que cela ne peut être fait qu'en cas d'extrême nécessité et pour des questions qui ne nécessitent pas vraiment des décisions importantes. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci le Congo. Koweït.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة لإعطائي الكلمة لمرة ثانية. أود أن أوضح هنا أن مجموعة 77 مصريين تشدد على طلبها في أن تكون الاجتماعات الأساسية بين الدورتين حضورية، وعلى أن تكون الاجتماعات الافتراضية الداعمة لها عن طريق اللي هو الأونلاين أو الإنترنت، وذلك لأن معظم هذه الدول قد لا تتوفر فيها الإنترنت المتصل. كذلك فارق الوقت كما ذكره صديقي السابق، أن فارق الوقت قد يؤثر كثيرا على عدم تواجد هؤلاء الأفراد وانضمامهم إلى هذه الاجتماعات. أرجو أن يكون صوتنا واضح وأن يحقق طلبنا. شكرا سيدتي.
شكرا للكويت. أوروغواي.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Bueno, primero que todo, agradecer a la Secretaría por la presentación de la información y el documento. Mucho se ha hablado en este órgano rector con respecto a reuniones virtuales, reuniones presenciales. En ese sentido, Uruguay propone, lamento no tener el texto, pero lo voy a enviar a la Secretaría propiamente. En el párrafo 16, creo que se debe agregar algún ítem que especifique las características de lo que sería una reunión presencial y lo que sería una reunión virtual. El motivo de esto es que quienes hemos participado en reuniones virtuales, la virtualidad tiene muchas ventajas, pero tiene algunas desventajas. Una de ellas es seguir en línea una reunión de todo un día es prácticamente imposible. Digo, los cambios de horario, me parece que hay que determinar cierto tiempo en lo que son las reuniones virtuales, a diferencia de lo que puede ser una reunión presencial. Así que le pido perdón a las demás delegaciones, voy a remitir algún texto para que pueda ser incluido, si ustedes lo consideran, en el ítem 16. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Uruguay. Australia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to address some of the concerns about virtual and in-person meetings. While we support both, online proprietary discussions and mechanisms and virtual meetings, we note the concerns that have been noted by contracting parties here today. But we just wanted to make the statement that there's no panacea, no one size fits all. And it's important for the different bodies, we believe, to have the flexibility to decide what sort of forum they will use that best fits them. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kenya will want also to add its voice against having formal intersessional meetings virtually because of the poor interconnectivity in the region. I've previously been a victim where I was required to deliver a speech and I couldn't because of that poor interconnectivity. So that needs to be taken into account where decisions have to be made. Fiscal meetings should be encouraged. We insist that that be considered by the contracting parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Muy breve, apoyo lo que indica Grulac sobre las reuniones presenciales, al igual que Brasil, Panamá y Uruguay. Creo que hemos estado viendo estos 2 días en las reuniones del grupo de contacto del sistema multilateral y el pequeño grupo de derechos de agricultor, estando presencialmente tenemos dificultades para las negociaciones. La virtualidad no permite una negociación adecuada. Por esa misma razón queremos y le pedimos de favor a todas las partes contratantes que en temas de negociación las reuniones sean presenciales, que los grupos de trabajo sean presenciales porque tenemos para adelante negociaciones muy importantes y que están definiendo el futuro del tratado internacional. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. Mali.
Okay. Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués des différents pays ici présents. Je prends la parole au nom du Mali, et comme nous intervenons pour la première fois en plénière dans cette session, nous adressons nos remerciements au gouvernement indien pour l'accueil chaleureux réservé aux participants. Nous saluons également le secrétariat du traité pour la bonne préparation et la présence de la présente session avec les documents et la facilitation de l'ensemble des activités. Madame la Présidente, permettez-nous de remercier toute l'équipe de travail qui vous accompagne et qui ont rendu possible cette session et de saluer votre excellente dextérité dans la conduite des travaux. Nous réitérons notre appui à la position régionale de l'Afrique quant à la tenue des réunions présidentielles pour les différents aléas ou problèmes évoqués, notamment les problèmes de décalage horaire, l'importance de la présidentielle pour la tenue, de prendre la tenue et la prise de décisions importantes pour avancer le traité, et également la lassitude lors des réunions présidentielles, des réunions virtuelles qui posent énormément de problèmes. Donc la présidentielle est nécessaire pour non seulement la dynamique des groupes où les gens vont interagir, pour vraiment faire une bonne négociation au sortir des travaux. Sur ce, je vous remercie, Madame, de votre présence. Merci.
Merci le Mali, Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have kept silence, but just would like to share my observation on the discussion about in-person or virtual. We are spending hours from the precious time of in-person meetings to discuss whether we should be in person or not. This is the efficiency we do have here, and I just would like to be very briefly support the comments made by Australia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Namibia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Despite what the previous speaker said, Namibia also echoed with the previous speakers on the shortcoming of virtual meetings. So in-person meetings becomes very important for equal participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. What we heard from the floor, that in general, in-person meetings will be for are requested for working groups, negotiations and decisions, and virtual ones for preparatory meetings and trainings. We should keep some flexibility according to the fundings and the consultations with the Bureau. Dear colleagues, we will close this agenda item now. We still have some times with interpretation. We will give this precious time to the group of farmers' rights. They will stay here and continue their discussion. They will also be able to continue at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much. The other groups will meet according to the schedule projected in the screen. Sorry, farmers' rights will continue now, and then in the evening session, we will be back here to the plenary at 3 o'clock to discuss the item 9. Thank you very much. Sorry, item 19 in the agenda. Sorry for this.
Yesterday, we discussed number 2, number 3, and then we wanted to take those resolutions which take less time. So 9 also we discussed along with its alternative. Now we continue with number 11. So I request my co-chair Bell to kindly continue with the number 11.
Thank you, co-chair. And I hope everybody who would like to join the Farmers' Rights Group has found their seats. And as summarized by my co-chair, there are 2 brackets left in paragraph 9, but we will come back to that later. So now we will go and continue our work on paragraph 11. In paragraph 11, there is a proposal to include protection. Is there an agreement to this amendment? India, please.
Yes, co-chair. There's an agreement.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands. So then that is okay. And we move on to paragraph 12. Paragraph 12 is about to commission a background study. There were interventions both in support of this proposal and against this proposal, and it was an alternative proposal to rather make an assessment, and that assessment should be based on the compliance reports and on submissions in the inventory as well as other relevant information. So then I would ask the floor if it is about this proposal to have rather an assessment instead of a background study. Is it an agreement to have an assessment instead of a background study? And since it's no one requesting the floor,
India.
It seems to be support for that. India, please. India is requesting the floor.
Yeah. Co-chair, madam, I just want to have a clarity on this part of having to delete background study commission, presuming that there is sufficient information or sufficient background already available with the diversity that is associated with farmers' rights or conditions of farmers, their situations in different ecologies. Is that the understanding, that we have sufficient information already to make it not necessary to conduct a background study? In which case, I agree. Otherwise, there should be, as far as I understand, the numbers of such studies in concentrated areas where there are small farmers, marginal farmers, poor economies, versus those with large farm, poor economy, large farm, big economy. These are not there, and these are all prerequisites to come to an understanding on the farmers' rights.
There is no such study, but that is the proposal to make this assessment.
So if I recall the discussions well, the reason why there is a proposal to have an assessment instead of background study is the impression that the background study really starts from scratch, that there is like no information at all about farmers' rights, about the status of implementation, but actually there is quite a wealth of information, particularly then covered in the inventory and also reflected in country contracting parties' compliance reports. So then that is why it was a proposal to rather have an assessment to use the rich information that is already available.
Canada?
Thank you, Madam and Mr. Co-Chairs. Yeah, I think this was at least touched on in some of the interventions in plenary earlier this week. And I think the viewpoints are as follows from Canada's perspective. First of all, indeed, a background study was conducted in 2018 entitled Farmers' Rights, Views, Experiences, Lessons Learned, and Proposed National Measures for Implementation of Article 9. And being 2018, and I believe it was only finalized in 2019, that's very recent. And in order to understand what has changed in the state of the implementation of farmers' rights, sufficient time needs to pass before you can understand those changes. So in our perspective, we actually think a background study is an important thing to do, but it should not be happening right away so soon after a study has been commissioned. And also, we now have an excellent, a potentially excellent new tool if we have success for the options document on farmers' rights, where we are going to be collecting an inventory of information that on an ongoing basis will give us an understanding of, for lack of a better term, the state of play in terms of farmers' rights and implementation of Article 9. So I hope that helps to understand at least our position why a background study isn't needed at this particular point in time. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Canada. And may I ask a clarification by the Secretariat that because now it's decided that the next session of the governing body will be in 1 year's time. So just a clarification that everything that we include in this current resolution is activities expected to happen within, we cannot really say 1 year, but like within like half a year, not 9 months. Is that correct? Yeah. So we will ask all delegates to have that, bear that in mind, that what we are listing here are activities that should happen quite soon. So now we heard a proposal that it's too early to have a background study. So could we then, yeah, thank you. Is it Luxembourg?
Ecuador.
Where is it? What is it? What is on the top, isn't it? So it's Luxembourg.
No? Ecuador.
But Luxembourg is requesting the floor, so it's Madagascar.
But India also.
But so it's Madagascar was first. So we start on the top, and it's Madagascar. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Concernant le paragraphe 12, on voudrait insister et confirmer là la nécessité d'une évaluation, mais une évaluation basée sur les travaux déjà effectués par la TEG pour évaluer donc les mesures dans les options et puis dans l'inventaire. Donc, ce n'est pas nécessaire de faire des études de référence, mais plutôt une évaluation basée sur les travaux déjà effectués. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. India?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I just wanted to confirm with the Canadian resolve. If the study conducted in 2018 contains elements of 9.3 exemption, then it is perfectly okay to use that for evaluation. If not, at least that part need to be considered for a separate study. Thank you.
Thank you. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora copresidente. Ecuador entiende algo diferente a lo que expresó Canadá y tal vez esto puede aclarar. Si se está pidiendo una evaluación es porque se realizó un inventario y en este inventario hay opciones o hay actividades o hay experiencias que han realizado los países durante mucho tiempo. No es un inventario reciente, el inventario sí, pero las acciones que se han ido realizando han sido desde hace varios años atrás y donde ha habido lecciones aprendidas. Entonces, lo justo este momento es hacer una evaluación de todas esas lecciones aprendidas, de todas esas opciones que aparecen en el inventario para ver cuáles son las más adecuadas. Entonces, eso va a permitir una mejor implementación de los derechos de agricultor. Por eso es que se está pidiendo una evaluación, no es algo que sea de un año para acá. Yo estaría de acuerdo con Canadá si fuera algo que recién está comenzando. Derechos de agricultor vienen en los países desarrollándose desde hace muchos años y ahora con el inventario estamos transparentando todos estos procesos. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. And if someone is requesting the floor, you need to press the microphone. But I think I see the flag of US, but yes, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Co-President. I think from the United States perspective, provided the work that we've been engaged on these past 4 years, the AUTAG and, collecting information via the inventory and the work on the options document, and further in view of the fact that we only have, a shortened, reduced time till the next governing body meeting, I think at this stage we would agree with Canadians and others that this is a premature move at this point in time, provided the resources that such an endeavor would require. So we would move to strike paragraph 12. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are a bit different views here on paragraph 12, whether it's needed, whether we have sufficient time to do it. But there are also strong interventions to say that this is an important task to conduct. But it was also said that it shouldn't, we are not starting from scratch because we have so much information there already. So to make an assessment, the Secretary to make an assessment of available information, that is not necessarily such a comprehensive task and something that could be foreseen to be actually manageable within the short period of time. So I wonder if that could be an acceptable conclusion, that it is to make an assessment based on available information, based on so much work that has already been done. Libya, please.
Ok, merci beaucoup, mais ce n'est pas la Libye, c'est le Niger. Ok, donc j'ai rejoint l'Équateur sur l'aspect de l'évaluation. Comme l'avait dit beaucoup de gens ici, ce ne sont pas vraiment des activités récentes ou bien un inventaire maintenant, un inventaire récent, ça a duré. Donc je pense que le mot évaluation, c'est mieux vraiment si on veut réellement appliquer les droits des agriculteurs. Ok, merci beaucoup.
Yes, I think what is in the proposal now is it's like submissions in the inventory are also including quite long periods of experience in implementing farmers' rights. And also the compliance reports, they are reporting on the whole period for the treaty. It is Italy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are also aware that we need to do in the future much work on farmers' rights, but we have also to consider the short period of time that we have until next GB10. That's why we, in the European region, we suggested to have an assessment because we have in mind what we did on Article 5 and 6, the background study on bottlenecks on implementation of Article 5 and 6. And so when we suggested such amendment to the resolution, we have in mind something similar for farmers' rights based on compliance reports done by contracting parties and other information already available, as you just mentioned. So we think that this kind of assessment could be done before GB10 and could be useful for our consideration in GB10 for new activities on farmers' rights. Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Italy. It's Ecuador.
Gracias, señora copresidenta. Estoy de acuerdo con Italia sobre la propuesta y un poco para ver si podemos acercar alguna posición. Tal vez puede considerarse que esta evaluación se la realice hasta la 11ª reunión del órgano de gobierno, a ver si podemos ahí llegar a algún consenso, pero que la evaluación es importante, sí que es importante. Gracias.
Just to clarify, would you like, is it a proposal to replace assessment with evaluation, or is it okay to have assessment and you are just stressing the importance of having this? Ecuador, I'm just asking for clarification. It was, thanks.
No, solo recalcar la importancia. Lo que estoy diciendo es que hay un argumento en que se dice que es muy temprano para hacer una evaluación. Entonces, por eso estamos diciendo que tal vez una posible solución es que esa evaluación se vaya dando hasta la 11ª reunión, se dé la evaluación en la 11ª reunión y con eso se tendría un tiempo un tiempo suficiente. Pero eso es para llegar tal vez a un consenso. Nosotros ya mencionamos que este inventario no es de ahora, es un inventario que viene de hace muchos años atrás de lecciones aprendidas y que ya una evaluación debería darse para la 10ª reunión, pero por temas de consenso podríamos pensar eso, pero eso lo pongo en la mesa para poder llegar a un acuerdo. No sé si está clara la posición.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And it's Lithuania. There might be some changes in, yeah, it's Malawi.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually Malawi sitting on Lithuania's seat. I wish to join Italy and other speakers on the need to have the assessment. I feel it is important. We understand there was a study in background in 2018. But like India pointed out, we are not sure if it's fully covering, including 9.3. I did not get a response on that. Besides, the work done by the ACTEG on the development of the inventory, which has submissions from various countries. So we should take note, these were submissions which were not evaluated. So this assessment would come in handy in order to have a picture on what is exactly happening on the ground, like the status of implementation of Article 9 and compliance to Article 9. So assessment will be important, and I feel it can be doable within the period that we have, given that we can have an online survey or something, and we could have a report during the GB9. Thank you.
Thank you. Chile?
Gracias, señora copresidenta. Había solicitado la palabra antes y no resultó, así que disculpe, tomo la palabra ahora para decir que apoyamos que se haga la evaluación, que es necesario, y que tiene que estar basada en los informes de cumplimiento y también en el inventario. Y somos flexibles si es que se realiza para la 10ª reunión del órgano rector o para la 11ª reunión del órgano rector. Pero la evaluación sí se debe hacer. Gracias, señora presidenta. Copresidenta.
Thank you. Libya, please.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Et pour les soucis d'avoir un consensus et avoir beaucoup plus de temps cette évaluation, donc nous soutenons l'idée de l'Équateur, donc de la réalisation de cette évaluation lors de l'organe directeur 11. Merci.
Thank you. Sudan? Sudan, you have the floor, please.
شكرا جزيلا سيد الرئيس. السودان يوافق ويؤكد على التقييم، لأن التقييم كما تعلمون يحتاج إلى فترة زمنية أكثر من 3 سنوات، وتقارير الانتسال والجرد يحتوون على أكثر من 3 سنوات، فأنا أؤيد التقييم. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. Canada?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for the floor. Maybe I'll try to be more precise with my language and not have confusion on this issue. Canada, for the reasons I articulated earlier, is not in support of commissioning a background study at this point in time. Although we do believe an assessment is important, our concern lies with the fact that we will be having the next governing body in, as I understand, about a year's time, which does not leave a lot of time to have this assessment conducted. In addition, as we expect more information to roll into the inventory, perhaps it's more pragmatic to be targeting GB11 to have this completed, and I think that's something we could support.
Thank you. So now we have an agreement about the importance of this task, to have an assessment. And then the question is then a matter of when to expect that the Secretariat will be able to deliver on this task. So I assume we have an agreement with the assessment as written out here in paragraph 12, but then with the inclusion of and presented at the 11th session of the governing body. So then I'm asking if it's an agreement to that, to present this assessment at the 11th session of the governing body. I see some nodding, but I also see Congo requesting the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je crois que vous avez trouvé la solution, sinon que si c'était pour présenter à l'organe directeur le GB10, j'allais seulement suggérer que cette évaluation puisse aboutir à l'élaboration des termes de référence du colloque qui est prévu au cours de cette période, parce que dans le MAIPO, il a été inscrit le colloque sur le droit des agriculteurs. Donc je me disais que cette évaluation pouvait permettre d'élaborer les termes de référence donc, de ce colloque. Donc, si vous trouvez que cette évaluation doit être repoussée au GB 11, je ne sais pas si ma proposition tiendra encore la route. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, no, it is. I think we really have an agreement that this will be an important and a very useful assessment. And it's also, some would, of course, welcome it as soon as possible. But it's also being consideration that it's important that the content is of best quality as possible and comprehensive as possible. So it's more of practical reasons to request that it will be presented at the 11th session. So I hope that we could find an agreement with that. Philippines?
Thank you, Chair. We have already agreed that there should be an assessment, and we are talking about whether it's going to be presented during the 10th or the 11th GB. I believe that there is already a lot of available information, which the Secretary can base an assessment on and report on the 10th GB. And then we can again recall this resolution, so that this resolution so that the additional information between the 10th and 11th GB can be included in the assessment, so that we would have an assessment ready for the 10th GB as well as the 11th GB.
Okay, so I propose to have two assessments. I think that we have, since we have an agreement now to make this assessment, I suggest that we put, and we can delete background study, and we add then at the end of this paragraph, at the end of paragraph 12, we said to present it, and to present it at there, and then we put in brackets 11 and another bracket or 10, first 10 and then 11 in brackets session. And then when we have reviewed all our activities expected on farmers' rights, we would have a better understanding if it's realistic to expect this at the GB10 or at GB11. But the rest of the paragraph is now clean text. So it's just at which session this assessment will be presented. Thank you. And then we move on to Italy is requesting the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, just point of information. I don't know if we can add something about the assessment, but what was really useful and the study done on Article 5 and 6 is that this study is compiled by region. So we can see the different options, the different bottlenecks in different regions to implement Article 5 and 6. I would like to suggest to have the same approach on this assessment and to divide by regions the different bottlenecks options that will be presented in the assessment, because it will be really useful for each of us to understand better the different implementation that we have in different regions. Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you. That is a useful consideration. And I think it's also when this assessment now will be based on the inventory and compliance report, it is possible to have different chapters on different regions as well. But I would suggest that we don't make such detailed descriptions in the resolution of the governing body. So with this, I consider paragraph 12 as finished, apart from the bracketed text around which session of the governing body to present this study, assessment. Then we move on to paragraph 13. I recall that actually there was a country offering to host the global symposium, which is not reflected in this.
I think India proposed this global symposium. So you want to comment, India, for this?
Or as we remember what was said, so it should have been said there, and welcomes the offer of the government of India to host such symposium. That was said in plenary, but it was also mentioned in plenary that some contracting parties did not see the need for a global symposium. So first we need to have an agreement to have this in the resolution, to go for a global symposium, and if we have, we should also then welcome the offer of the government of India to host such symposium.
Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I will refer back to paragraph 12. I think that we are there, but as it stands right now, it makes no sense the way in which and to present it at its 10th or 11th session is written, because it just says such assessments should be based on compliance and on submissions in the inventory as well as other relevant information, and to present it, maybe that should go before. So it should read, request the Secretary, subject to the availability of resources, to make an assessment on the state of implementation of Article 9 of the International Treaty and present it at its 10th and at the 10th or 11th session of the governing body, and then read such assessment. So it should go at the end of the first sentence of the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for helping out to make those sentences better. We don't see the screen here, so we will rely on you to continue with such support. Thanks. Canada is, now we are back on 13, Global Symposium.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor, and thank you to my colleague from Argentina, because it did trigger, for us, kind of a missing piece of the puzzle on item 12. We're being asked to support that an assessment go forward, but we have absence of information on what will be the criteria for that assessment. Can the Secretariat answer that? So we're agreeing to an assessment, but we don't know how the assessment will be done. We don't know what the criteria for that assessment will be. And I think that strikes some of our reservations about trying to rush this in a year's time. Maybe it's more realistic that the Secretary establishes the criteria for an assessment over the course of the next year, and then once that criteria has been agreed upon, then we move forward with the assessment in time for GB11. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. So I don't know if the Secretariat would like to share some experiences of how they conduct assessments. And then I think the governing body in general should also to consider our need to be how detailed directions do we feel that we need to give to the Secretariat in order to deliver the different tasks. Thank you. Secretariat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first consideration that occurred in my mind is about the compliance report. Because the governing body agreed about a template on the compliance report, and so the criteria was established, and we follow this report to analyze what the contracting parties are doing at the different level with the different commitments for the different articles of the international treaty. So this should be mainly our reference. We have also the inventory as a base, as you know, is a really good base, and there are over there other considerations such as different, activities dealing with technical, legal, administrative, and other activities dealing with the implementation of farmers' rights. Obviously, it's up. The decision has to be taken by the governing body, but we have, in any case, also references to Article 9.3 in the context of the compliance report, as well as the inventory. So that is more or less what we can say at this stage.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank the floor to Sweden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, for clarifying this a little bit. I think our views would concur with the views of Canada. I mean, we're saying here that the assessment should be based on the compliance report, and now we're expected to provide a second compliance report by October. And we know that from previous years that many parties won't be able to make that deadline probably, and then the Secretary will need some time also to compile the reports and extract the information from them. So I think the process envisaged by or proposed by Canada, I think that is a good one. That there is first an extraction of the information, and then we can deal with the issue at GB11. So that would be our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Australia, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We also support Canada's suggestion. I guess we are mindful that there are the implementation of farmers' rights is different to a range of the other articles in the treaty, and it's got a very clear reference to national circumstances and the like, and we would like to know what the criteria by which such factors specific to individual countries might be assessed against and commented on. So yes, we would like to see any criteria for an assessment before it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So could I then suggest that could we say present an outline of the assessment at the 10th session and the full assessment on the 11th? When we see an outline, we will see like how they are working, and we are starting to work on content and not getting stuck on kind of principles or others. But so then we know more what is expected, and the governing body will have the opportunity to provide guidance to the Secretariat when finalizing this assessment. So then the paragraph will read, and to present an outline of the assessment on the 10th session and the full assessment on the 11th session. And I don't see anyone requesting the floor, so I think we actually have managed to clean up the whole paragraph. That would be very good. India.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I just want to add, after the word assessment, process. In the amendment you just now made, after the word assessment, include the word process.
So, you mean to say assessment process?
Yeah.
But can we specify?
I think that the process is the Secretariat is conducting this assessment, and the outline of the assessment will give us, the governing body, a kind of glimpse of what we could expect of the content here. Now I am informed that translation time is stopping very, very soon. So I would really ask if we could have an agreement on this, that present an outline of the assessment and the full report at its 11th session, and that could be agreeable to all. That would be very good. Thank you very much. And we have managed to yeah?
Co-Chair, sorry, I had asked.
Okay, now we don't see the speaker list, so sorry, yeah, please. We see this text, but not you. Okay, please go ahead, Australia.
So I'm just querying outline, the word outline. I guess the interventions were around the criteria for the assessment, and I'm, I guess, not quite sure what an outline of the assessment would be. Thank you.
For me, that would show you kind of the table of content in a way. What would the content of that assessment be? And the methodology maybe as well, how to reach it. But you prefer, instead of outline, you would like to have criteria for creating that assessment, rather than starting to see a bit of the content of the assessment. Australia?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess we're looking to understand how the assessment would be made, and the criteria in particular. As I mentioned, the implementation of farmers' rights includes a range of national circumstances, and we'd be, I guess, would like to understand how that would be reflected in the assessment. So I get the criteria that implementation is going to be assessed against would be something that we would be interested to understand before being comfortable with the study going forward.
Okay, so then you will say to present the criteria for the assessment. So replace outline with the criteria of the assessment. At the 10th session. So now we are very soon running out of interpretation time. So I will just ask people just if they don't agree with this to request the floor. Could you agree with this? You don't need to raise a flag. If you disagree, you raise your flag. And I see Malawi. Lithuania needs the microphone. Malawi, yeah.
Can you give the microphone to Malawi?
Lithuania, it probably says by the technicians, for the technicians.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Malawi wishes to maintain the word outline than criteria. We feel it's more encompassing because apart from just a methodology, probably by then there could be some preliminary issues to be included. So outline would be more encompassing and favorable for Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are running out of interpretation time. So then we put brackets around criteria and we add outline within another bracket. And then we will continue this evening. My co-chair will announce where we meet again. We just get this clean, correct here. And also if the secretary could just also add in the paragraph 13 that we have the correct, so you all know that that's what will be discussed next time. The co-chair will announce when and where to meet.
We'll meet at 7:30 today in the Europe room. I again repeat, 7:30 p.m. in the Europe room, which is down below.
And may I take this opportunity as well just to encourage everyone to talk to each other meanwhile till we meet, because we still have many issues to discuss to make sure that we get through our tasks.
Chile.
Gracias, señor copresidente. Quería consultar si en la reunión de la tarde también va a haber traducción. Gracias.
No interpretation. There is no interpretation. So Chile, we cannot listen to you at this point.
She was asking if there will be interpretation in the...
It will be interpretation in the European room. At 7:30 there is interpretation.
No.
Check, hello. Check, 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 check. Check, check.
Dear colleagues, we are starting our afternoon session. As announced this morning, we will start with the item 19, appointment of the Secretary of the Governing Body of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. We will start by the agenda item 19.1, and then followed by the agenda item number 2, which will be presented by the legal officer who is joining us from Rome. And then I will open the floor for the discussion separately for agenda item 1, and then when we'll finish for agenda item 2. But before starting, I want to announce that many documents are already ready to download in the intersession documents of the website. The documents for agenda items as following 7, 10, 14, 15, 16.1. They are ready and translated. I will introduce the agenda item number 19.1. Under Article 20.1 of the treaty, the Secretary of the treaty is appointed by the Director General with the approval of the governing body. In 2017, Director General decided to select Mr. Kent Nadozi for the position of the Secretary of the governing body, subject to further confirmation by the governing body of the treaty. By a letter of 22 June 2017, the Director General informed Mr. Mohamed Sabran, Chair of the 17th session of the governing body, of the treaty of the proposed appointment of Mr. Nadozi. At its 7th session, held in November 2017, the governing body confirmed the appointment of the 2 years. At the 8th session in 2019, the governing body approved the proposal made by Director General for the reappointment of the Secretary, Mr. Kent Nadozi, for 2 years, and invited FAO to finalize the contractual arrangements accordingly. According to the extension of the appointment of the Secretary of the governing body, and after consultations among the regions in 2021, the Bureau noted the satisfactory performance of the Secretary during the biennium. Subsequently, due to the COVID-19 pandemic in Italy and worldwide, and in absence of a 9th session taking place in 2021, through a letter by the chair of the 9th session of the governing body, myself, the Bureau invited FAO management to further extend of the appointment of Mr. Nadozi for 2 additional years. The FAO management renewed the appointment of Mr. Nadozi. It's not indicated in the documents, but I heard that it was renewed for 1 year. The governing body is invited to note the extension of the appointment of Mr. Kent Nadozi as Secretary of the governing body of the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources, and provide any further guidance for it considers necessary. I will now give the floor to the legal officer from Rome who is joining us. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I see also nodding, so that's the advantage of the virtual meeting. So, Madam Chair, dear delegates, so I have been asked to make a short presentation on the procedures for the selection and appointment of secretaries of Article 14 bodies, as the treaty is. And prior to introducing you the procedure itself, which I understand is in annex of your document ITGB 9/22/19.2, let me first say that the exercise, let's say the subject matter, has been really the subject not only of governing bodies of FAO, but also in particular the subject of extensive consultations by the FAO independent chair of the council, the present one and his predecessor. So finally, in 2020, the independent chair presented the outcome of his consultations with the chairs of 3 statutory bodies concerned, one of which was the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources. The other 2 were the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission and the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean. Sorry for that. And so that's actually the procedure that was the, let's say, the result of these consultations is the one you find in the annex to the document I just cited to you. So the proposed procedure, of course, as a starting point of its proposal is to have a vacancy announcement. And the vacancy announcement is drafted by the technical departments with the support of the Human Resources Division of FAO, as is done for all senior staff positions. The vacancy announcement is shared with the chairperson of the treaty concerned, and he or she is invited to provide views thereon. Once of course, the vacancy announcement is issued and posted, it's posted for 30 days normally, and unless the Article 14 body requests it for a longer period, it can be extended for maximum 45 days. So then we have 2, I would say, steps. The first review and screening of candidates is undertaken by the Human Resources Division of FAO, and based on the minimum criteria and the qualifications which are set out in the vacancy announcement. A second review is then undertaken by the offices of the relevant Deputy Director General and the relevant Director D2 and 3 representatives of members of the Article 14 body to establish a short list of candidates for interview. So there are representatives from FAO and there are representatives of there would be representatives of the treaty. And the objective is to have a short list of candidates for interview. Once, so the interview, the short list must contain at least 7 candidates and including at least 1 female candidate. If this is not possible, then the panel report of this interview team, I would say, would need to justify the absence of a female candidate. Again, if the panel is not in a position to give 7 candidates, then the report must also contain a justification. So as you can see in point 5, the interview panel, which is established, is composed by, again, FAO members and representatives of the treaty. We have the Deputy Director General, or D2 of the relevant stream, what we call here in FAO, 2 senior FAO officers. We have 3 representatives of the members of the treaty of the Article 14 body concerned, 1 external member who is to be selected by the other interview panelists from among 3 candidates which are proposed normally by CSH. And then we have also a representative of CSH, which role is particularly to offer administrative support to the panel. That person is not involved in the interviewing or assessing of the candidates. So the interviews of the short listed candidates are conducted by the interview panel, which is expected to prepare a report. And that report will identify a minimum of 3 and maximum of 5 qualified candidates for the position. Again, if no female candidate is selected at that stage, then the panel report must contain a justification. So both the short list of candidates which were selected for the interview, as well as the 3 to 5 candidates which were selected by the interview panel, will be submitted to the Director General. And there are also reference checks that are undertaken by CSH once the report is, and the panel report is then submitted for consideration by the Director General. So the last 2 steps are the following. The Director General identifies for appointment 1 candidate from the list of proposed candidates for that position as set out in the panel report. And then the selected upon approval, the candidate, let's say the name and the curriculum vitae and so on, and once the reference checks have been undertaken, then the candidate identified by the Director General as suitable for that position is transmitted to the Article 14 body chairperson, who will keep the information confidential. And then upon approval, and then once the body will have approved the candidate, the offer is issued to the candidate. And should there be a non-approval by the body, the Director General will propose to the body another candidate, identified in the panel report and recommended for appointment. Last chance, in case none of the candidates are identified in the panel report are approved by the body, then the vacancy announcement will be reissued. Upon acceptance, the Director General appoints the candidate. So this is the procedure, which is the result of the consultations that the ICC had with the 3 Article 14 bodies, which I nominated at the beginning and which included the treaty. And it's also the procedure which has been endorsed by the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Legal Counsel, for presenting the document under Agenda Item 19.2 related to the procedures for appointment and renewal of the Secretary of the Governing Body. I will now open the floor to discuss the first agenda item under this item 19, which is the documents related to 19.1, appointment of the Secretary of the Governing Body. We are invited to take note the extension of the appointment of Mr. Kent Nadozi as the Secretary of the Governing Body. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have certain clarification questions to Anik, who kindly explained the process decided by the FAO Council. Should I do that for the process issue now, or should we wait for discussion about the 9.1 first. Just a question.
Yes, indeed. We're discussing 9.1.
Thank you very much. In that case, I just would like to congratulate what the Kent Nadazi did in his recent period. And Japan would like to support the decision of the reappointment of Kent based on the emergency decision under the COVID-19 situation. We support the decision not because of the emergency, but because we commend the outcomes and survival results in the recent years, and also expect his further performance to improve the quality of secretariat services over the next years. Just for the clarification, may I ask the ANIC or somebody else for exact time of period of his extended term until which date? I think everybody talks about 2 years, but from now or from last December or something else. Just for the clarification. Thank you.
To reply your question, the extension was requested for 2 years from the year 2022. It was extended for 1 year. It will come to term at the end of this year. Thank you. Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci bien, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole accordée, également pour la direction exemplaire de la conduite de notre plénière. Au nom du groupe Afrique, nous approuvons ces documents et les décisions et nous disons, si nous avions déjà approuvé les rapports du secrétariat, quoi de plus normal que d'approuver également la prolongation de son mandat. Je crois qu'il ne faudra pas à ce niveau qu'on assiste à un tsunami pour que les traités tombent, et c'est comme ça que la région Afrique approuve et reviendra dans le cadre du deuxième document. Merci bien.
Merci, la République démocratique du Congo. Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous prenons note donc du document qui nous est présenté. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour ce document. Nous alignons donc à la position exprimée par la RDC au nom du groupe Afrique. Et nous félicitons M. Kent pour le travail qu'il a abattu et la visibilité qu'il a donnée au traité. Seulement, comme le Japon, on est un peu sur notre soif parce qu'on ne sait pas à quelle date le nouveau mandat prolongé va prendre fin. Si nous tenons, comme nous avons décidé que l'organe directeur va se tenir en 2023, donc ça veut dire que en 2023, quand nous allons nous retrouver, avec une résolution pour approuver la nomination d'un nouveau secrétaire. Parce qu'on ne connaît pas les dates. On dit seulement que c'est prolongé pour 1 année. Parce que si c'est le cas, donc ça veut dire que quand nous allons nous retrouver en 2023, on aura déjà engagé le processus de recrutement d'un nouveau secrétaire que nous allons approuver à la 10e session. Voilà un peu ce qui nous laisse un peu perplexes, parce qu'on n'a pas la précision sur les dates exactes de la fin de son mandat. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, le Congo. Syrian Arab Republic. Microphone.
It's okay. شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. أتكلم باسم الشرق الأدنى، حيث أننا نؤيد ونهنئ قرار التمديد للسيد نندوزي ونشكره لما بذله من جهود في تنفيذ المعاهدة خلال ظروف لم تكن في أغلب الأحيان طبيعية أو سهلة. ألف مبروك. شكرا.
شكرا. سوريا. Czech Republic.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We also very much invite and congratulate the extension of the appointment of Mr. Kent Nadozi as the Secretary of the governing body of the international treaty. We had a similar question as Japan and others, and thank you for the explanation. Nevertheless, we still seek some clarification in terms of what will happen between now and the end of the year in terms of any reappointment of the secretary, so that if we have the governing body next year, then still the secretary and all his team is complete in order to prepare everything for us to meet again in 1 year time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Czech Republic. Yes, I give back the floor to the legal officer.
Madam Chair, if I may, I don't know whether it helps, but unlike other Article 14 bodies, not all, but some of them, the treaty does not foresee for a term of the secretary. For instance, the General Fisheries Commission for Food and the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean, in its agreement and rules of procedure, it is provided that the term of the secretary will be for 5 years, renewable for a second term of 5 years. The treaty in itself has no definite term for the secretary. So the situation has been in the practice is to renew, let's say, for the body to submit a renewal for the term of the secretary on a 2-year basis. If the treaty were to introduce in its rules of procedure or wanted to introduce to a term, then it should make an amendment to its rules of procedure in this regard. So, and that's So the secretary of the treaty is subject, of course, to approval of the governing body, is always renewed on a 2-year basis. Administratively, as he is, the position is a D1 position, but this is another question. Normally, the extension is on a 1-year basis until at least the next biennium. But one thing is the term, which is normally, that's the practice of the governing body, is a term of 2 years. This we have been able to note. I hope I haven't had any more confusion, but that's the situation.
Thank you very much. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. The North America region strongly supports and welcomes the reappointment of Secretary Ndozi, and we appreciate all of his efforts over the last intersessional period, which, as several have noted, was extremely challenging, with us having to find new ways to work and continue to keep the treaty going in spite of the pandemic. So we're fully supportive of the extension for the 2-year period. And I understand that the extension was approved for 1 year and that we look forward to getting confirmation that it will be approved for a 2nd year. It's still unclear to me what the process is or the procedure is. But as I said, we strongly support his reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. Yeah. Just for more clarifications, the appointment was for 2 years, starting the beginning of this year, 2022. The contract was established for 1 year, and it will be established for another year, starting the next year until the GB10. Togo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci pour la clarification. Le Togo a pris connaissance qu'à la satisfaction du bureau, l'équipe du secrétariat actuel a fourni un effort considérable au cours de l'exercice biennal malgré la crise pandémique. En revanche, le Togo approuve la prolongation du mandat de Kent en tant que secrétaire général du traité, premier responsable de l'équipe. Cependant, nous souhaiterons connaître la période après prolongation. Merci.
Merci le Togo. Libya.
أشكر السيدة الرئيسة على إعطاء هذه الكلمة، وليبيا تشكر الأمانة على هذه الوثيقة، ونشكر السيد كنت على الشفافية التي لمسناها أثناء فترة ولايته، وبذلك أضم صوتي لصوت أقليم الشرق الأدنى على تمديد ولاية السيد كنت، وشكرا.
شكرا ليبيا. أوغندا.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ndozi for a job well done despite the challenges that we have been going through. Madam Chair, we clearly note that the Secretary is appointed by the DG of FAO with approval of the governing body, and that it is necessary to consider the renewal of the appointment of Mr. Ndozi by the appointing authority as sought by the Chair of the governing body due to the challenges of COVID-19. My delegation recalls that at the 8th session of the governing body, the GB adopted and provided guidance to the Bureau of the 9th session on procedures of appointment and renewal of the Secretary of the governing body. and it prescribed the term of 4 years. We are also aware that the FAO Governing Council has provided additional procedures, but note that they are silent on the term of office. My delegation chair welcomes and supports the adoption of the proposals on renewal of the appointment of Mr. Nadozi as Secretary of the Governing Body, guided by the adopted procedures for the selection and appointment of the Secretary. I thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. The Southwest Pacific region welcomes the extension of the appointment of Mr. Kent Nadozi as Secretary of the Governing Body of the International Treaty. But we also note that it has been 7 years since there's been a process in place for Secretary's appointments, and we are very concerned to see this ad hoc approach replaced with a clear process, so we welcome the consideration shortly of the process. Yeah, I might leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Norway just would like to echo previous speaker, welcoming the reappointment of Dr. Kent Nadozi, who has been really working hard and showed strong dedication to the treaty. So we really welcome this decision, and we will come back on comments regarding the procedure in a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norway. Switzerland.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La Suisse voudrait se joindre aux collègues qui se sont déjà exprimés pour remercier le secrétaire Nadozi pour son excellent travail dans des circonstances pas toujours faciles ces dernières années, et nous soutenons la prolongation de son mandat. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer à travailler ensemble. Merci.
Merci la Suisse. Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, Malaysia notes with thanks on the extension of the appointment of Mr. Ken Nadozi as the Secretary of the Governing Body of the International Treaty, and also thanks to the FAO Legal Officer for her clarification on the extension period. Malaysia congratulates Mr. Nadozi for the extension and express our appreciation for the excellent work that has been carried out. We look forward for his excellent guidance and leadership to achieve the objective and implementation of the treaty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malaysia. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification from Anik. And as Anik said, probably I'm more confused than before with that explanation, but try to make my understanding clear. I think based on Anik's explanation, here I'm trying to not to prolong the discussion, but I'm trying to make clear that what we are endorsing. Because according to my understanding, FAO contract was extended until the end of this year. This was clarified by Anik. But this is a contract, and the extension we are talking about is probably not the same as contract, which is conducted by the FAO normal procedure in administration. What we are endorsing here is probably, many people say 2 years. So again, my initial question is 2 years from when to when? I'm not talking about the contract, which Anik says 1 year, each year, FAO gives a contract. That's fine. I mean, this is a FAO procedure. But I'm trying to understand what is the extension period which we are all endorsing. I'm asking this because Kent is my very old friend, and I'd like to seek any proper time to congratulate. And so that's why I'm just trying to find the real extension period which we are endorsing. And of course, this is related to the process issue as well, but now we are at the moment of endorsing. That's why I'm trying to figure out what we are targeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Annick? We're not hearing you. You are muted, maybe? Can you give the mic?
Okay. Somebody was preventing me from unmuting, so it was a bit difficult for me. So if we see the treaty, the secretary of the governing body shall be appointed by the Director General of FAO, and this was the case of let's say, Kent following competition, with the approval of the governing body. So the approval of the governing body is important, and this has been the case. So to renew let's say, the appointment of Kent Ndosi, there must be approval of the body. So the governing body is approving now the renewal of a 2-year term for Mr. Ndosi, and so in 2 years, the governing body will be requested again whether it would be based on whether it would be agreeing to the renewal again of the term, and usually it is 2 years in the case of the treaty. And as everybody is the standard rules apply somehow in these cases, and Mr. Kent Ndosi holds a fixed term employment contract, if you want to use that word, appointment contract, which ends at the end of this year. But so he will be then administratively renewed, and it's unless a governing body members were dissatisfied with the performance, which does not seem the case at all, that then a term of the secretary would maybe be shorter, or that the governing body would take another decision. Let's put it that way. So in 2 years, in 2 years' time, when the governing body will meet again, it is anticipated that the renewal of the term of the secretary will be put forward to the body.
Thank you very much. We were invited to take note of the extension of Mr. Ndosi's appointment for 2 years. Are we confirming this extension for 2 years? Congo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Ce n'est pas que nous voulons prolonger le débat, mais on profite de la présence de Madame Annick pour qu'elle nous précise. Je suis du même avis que le Japon. Parce que la résolution qui nous est proposée, on dit on prolonge seulement le mandat de M. Kent. On ne connaît pas la durée. Comme Madame Annick est là, je repose la question autrement. Maintenant que la procédure officielle a été adoptée par le Conseil, quand va-t-elle entrer en vigueur dans le cadre du traité? Parce que les sessions de l'organe directeur se tiennent en année paire. Nous avons dit que nous devons nous retrouver le cycle normal. Donc, on tient la session en 2023 et la prochaine session, ça sera en 2025. Donc, il serait plutôt normal qu'on se retrouve, que la procédure comme elle a été adoptée, que la procédure officielle soit engagée et qu'en 2023, nous nous retrouvions pour approuver la nomination du nouveau secrétaire. Comme a dit l'Ouganda, dans la résolution du 8e organe directeur, pour que lorsqu'on se retrouve en 2027, on approuve encore la nomination du nouveau secrétaire, pour retrouver le cycle normal. Parce que si ce mandat-là court et que nous tenions la 10e session, on n'a pas le nouveau secrétaire, donc il sera recruté en 2024, ça veut dire que nous allons approuver cette nomination en 2025. Voilà un peu là où nous sommes un peu perplexes. Est-ce que maintenant, là, comme c'est approuvé, quelle est la procédure qui sera appliquée? Donc, les 1 an de contrat, donc ça veut dire que, moi je ne comprends pas, c'est en 2024 que la procédure va entrer en vigueur? C'est un peu là où je suis perplexe, madame.
Merci, le Congo. Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci bien, Madame la Présidente. À la suite de mon collègue du Congo et puis du Japon, j'espère que les faits précèdent le droit. C'est un principe connu. Nous allons aujourd'hui dire, nous prenons la résolution. Elle doit être datée. C'est-à-dire qu'à dater de cette session, les 2 mandats entrent en vigueur. Je voudrais que la conseil juridique nous clarifie. Ça, c'est de 1. Et si c'est clarifié, la procédure du nouveau commence à quel moment? Mais il a ouvert une brèche en disant pour les autres organes, il y a des mandats, mais c'est seulement pour ces traités qu'il n'y a pas un mandat. Donc ça veut dire que quand nous allons entamer le 2e point, point 2, il faudra qu'on pense à la révision du traité pour que finalement stabiliser le poste du secrétaire en donnant un mandat précis. Le Japon qui parle a une expérience pour avoir occupé un poste de secrétaire. Il sait quand il nous donne des conseils, donc nous avons à suivre. Je crois que le conseil juridique ne doit pas cacher, avec toute la compétence, je la connais très expérimentée, je crois que le droit de réserve étant, je crois qu'elle peut nous aider à sortir de cet imbroglio en nous précisant, comme ça l'organe directeur prend des décisions concrètes. J'ai dit.
Merci, la République démocratique du Congo. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. The United States is taking the floor because I think we've picked up on an issue that others have been mentioning, which is the timing. And from this point, we have agreed at the start of this session that our next governing body will be held in a year, so in 2023. So rather than in 2 years, we will not have a governing body meeting in 2 years' time, but we'll have one in 1 year, and then from then it will be in 2 years, so 2023 and then 2025. So I'm wondering if we would have to provide some clarity at this meeting that when the governing body meets again, it would have the option to decide to extend for a further 2 years rather than having the extension come up in a year when we are not having a governing body meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. India? Sorry, United Arab Emirates.
إننا نؤيد قرار إعادة تعيين شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. إننا نؤيد قرار إعادة تعيين السيد نندوزي ونبارك له، كما نثمن جهوده خلال الفترة الماضية نظرا لكثرة التحديات التي مررنا بها وعلى رأسها الجائحة. شكرا.
شكرا لدولة الإمارات. إنديا.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
on behalf of Indian government, and having experienced association with Kent for last 2 years on a continuous basis as a host of this 9GB, I have pleasure in accepting what the legal officer just now said from FAO. I think she settled the confusion which is existing here in terms of what we are actually endorsing. Now I understand we are endorsing from the end of this year another 2 years extension to Kent, as it appeared to me from the last explanation she gave. If that is so, I have pleasure in accepting it and congratulating Kent. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, India. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my sincere apologies for taking the third time for the floor, but I'm trying to help you to conclude this item, because I really like to clap my hands for the congratulations. So, my first question is whether when we decided last December, the people there in that decision was not clear 2 years period from when and to when. That's a kind of my first question, and probably it seems they were not clear. That's why we are discussing this way. This is the first thing. And now, there are a couple of ways to go. One is just wait for another 1 day for more clarity from the Bureau or from the Secretariat or Legal Office of FAO to have a clearer idea, which I don't really like to seek, because we are almost ready to congratulate. So I think probably this is not a very good option. But another option could be we can decide just from now to the end of something for tentatively extension period. But we can make it clear in the next GB meeting for real end of the term for further process. But I don't know if I could be helpful to you. But this is my final taking floor for this item. Believe me, thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Before moving to Nepal, I would just like to bring some clarifications as much as I can, because under this agenda item, we are invited to take note of the extension for the appointment for 2 years, which 1 year will extend very shortly, and then another contract for another year next year. That means that it will be conducted until the next GB. So we are invited to take note of this under this agenda item. We'll discuss the procedures under the following agenda item. I give the floor to Nepal.
Madam Chair, Nepal would also like to appreciate and acknowledge Mr. Kent for his extraordinary tenure in the challenging times, and we support for his reappointment for the next tenure. But about the tenure, again, the clarity is needed, as also flagged by other members, contracting parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Nepal. Philippines.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines welcomes the extension of Mr. Kent Nadosi as Secretary of the Treaty. He really worked hard with dedication despite the challenges during this pandemic. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kenya also joins the rest of
contracting parties to appreciate the good work done by Kent, and also welcomes this extension, and congratulates him for the good work he has been doing at the Secretariat, especially during the pandemic when the circumstances were very difficult, but he still delivered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Do we all agree on this extension for 2 years? This year and next year? If no objection, so we close this item. Let's move to, yeah. Let's move now to the agenda item 19.2 to discuss the presented documents by the legal officer. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We fully accept and believe that the Secretary plays a crucial role within all activities of the treaty, as well as resolutions that the governing body takes. We very much welcome the fact that the procedure for the selection and appointment of secretaries of Article 14 bodies were finalized and endorsed by the FAO Council at its 168th session. The FAO Council also recommended to consider extending this procedure to all Article 14 bodies in a manner consistent with the basic text and the treaties concerned. Therefore, we support the annex of the working document for this agenda item. Nevertheless, we note with concern that the procedure lacks information about the term of appointment as well as procedure for reappointment. There is need for continuity and predictability in the appointment of the Secretary, and we consider that, for example, one term should be around 4 or 5 years with the possibility of one renewal. Thus, we request the Bureau of the 10th session of the governing body to liaise with FAO Council and the independent chair of the Council to establish such procedures. And also listening now to the explanation of the legal advisor at FAO, we noted that such procedures are established in other Article 14 bodies, so we have high expectations that this will be possible. And also, if I may add an understanding of Article 20, even though the approval of the appointment of the Secretary should be approved by the governing body, it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to approve this at every single session of the governing body. And in closing our statement, we would also like to show our appreciation of the long-term contribution that FAO provides by hosting the Secretariat of the International Treaty and providing human resource management support in the recruitment processes of the Secretary of the governing body. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Norway. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. As I noted, we are concerned that there has been such an extended period without a proper selection process, so we're happy to support adoption of the procedure as set out in the paper, and also support Europe's proposal for the Bureau of the 10th session to work with the FAO on appropriate provisions in the process for reappointment and for guidance on terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Japan.
Thank you very much. I'm very much relieved that we concluded the previous item. And I think Japan would like to echo the previous speakers that we are happy to have a clear process for further selection. I have two questions which does not have to be immediately sorted out in this session, but would be nice to have clearer ideas relating to the proper involvement of the governing body for the process. According to the process explained by Anik, says the governing body may nominate 3 people in the panel for the selection process. My first question is how we will identify the 3 people from all the contracting parties over several regions. The second is when the process will take place, and reach the conclusion in comparison or in parallel to the 2-year term of the Secretary. Now we heard that we endorsed, and jointly with Japan, we endorsed the 2 years term. That means, I believe we endorsed until not governing body session 10, but until the end of 2023. That's my understanding. So maybe we really have to make it much clearer when we will initiate, and when we will select the 3 people, and when we will see those vacancy announcement on the posting. And also, another question is whether or not the session of the governing body will be involved, or only the bureau, or by other groups. And if yes, how those body or group will be involved in the process. Just selection of the 3 people, that's it. Could be the one option to go, but I'm just wondering what is really our wish to take place. These questions may be answered now or later, but again, clearer process should be presented and agreed much in advance of the selection process itself. It will be better to initiate such discussions early. All these statements are not related to the fact that I'm personally seeking a new job. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Bueno, en primer lugar, felicitarle al doctor Nassoni por la prórroga en su nombramiento hasta la 10ª reunión del órgano rector. Creo que han hecho un trabajo bastante bueno, no solo el doctor Nassoni, sino todos los miembros de la Secretaría, un esfuerzo encomiable en unos años tan duros para todos como ha sido la pandemia. Y pues Japón ya me facilitó las preguntas que necesitaba hacer yo, ya despejó. Lo que sí quiero puntualizar es que se dice que el órgano de gobierno elegirá 3 miembros. ¿Por qué 3 miembros? ¿Cuál fue el argumento para elegir 3 miembros y no 7 miembros, por ejemplo, por las 7 regiones que tienen, para que haya una representación de todo el órgano rector? Entonces, hay algunas dudas que necesitamos aclararlas, y si fueran 3 miembros, ¿cómo se nombran los miembros? ¿Cuál va a ser el mecanismo para que exista, que todos estemos de acuerdo que ese mecanismo es el más adecuado? Por el momento eso, y gracias a Japón por ayudarme con algunas dudas que yo tenía. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, Ecuador. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are going around this appointment now in the procedure part, like we went ahead with the discussions on the extension itself. From what I understand on the, from the document enclosed in 19.2, it's very clear to me that the procedure is approvable and endorsable as given. The 3 and 7 numbers which people are talking about, as I understand, is the review committee, not the candidates. 3 will be the review committee members from the governing body. Other people will be from the FAO as given there with the concerned DDG as it is, and the candidates will be shortlisted. That is 7 number. The number 7 is the candidates shortlisted from the open advertisement for 30 days, and the first review will be held by FAO for looking at the minimum qualification justification, and in that shortlist list, the selection will be made of 7 members by a review committee, of which 3 are from the governing body, as I understand. So I believe this is a very nice procedure and acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Indeed, the 3 members are members of the jury, and it's up to the country, the governing body, to have the flexibility to choose these 3 representatives. I remind that the procedure has been discussed within the Bureau and shared with the regions and agreed with the regions before they've been submitted. I hope it brings some clarifications. Following this, can we adopt the procedures and give guidance to the next Bureau to continue discussion according to the mentioned points by Norway and other colleagues? No objection? Then sorry, I see nobody objecting. So the procedures are adopted. Thank you. So we will suspend our plenary now, and the MLS group will meet at the Europe tent with interpretation. We will meet again tomorrow at 10:15. The other groups will continue maybe their work during this the remaining time of the afternoon and evening. And yes, the plenary will start tomorrow, 10:15. We thank Ms. Annick Van Hout for her presence and for the clarifications provided. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. Please, colleagues, don't forget to wear your masks when we finish and when you go out of the plenary. Thank you so much.